You guys, are you guys prepared? Cause we gonna continue MSQ today. Oh hi Legend, welcome in. Um, there we go. Oh, I forgot to get water. Oops. Oh well, I'll get water later. I still have a little bit of water left. It should be fine. It's time for the next episode of Haru tries to send her friends home via email. Yes. No water, I don't care. It's not that I don't have any water, it's that I'm almost out of water. I'm still angry about after PvP. With the home monk thing. Okay. PvP would do that to a fellow. I don't even know much about PvP. I just know I spam pretty buttons. I literally hit a bunch of pretty buttons. Oh, I gotta go to Northront. To Amarang. Okay, okay. I see someone give him Hades' sword. Is that Hades' sword? 1v1 May? On what game? You're scary on like literally all games. Like, I'm sure, but I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. I swear this. On this game, I'm probably still going to lose, if I'll be honest. Does this game actually let you do 1v1s? Yes, yes it does. There's this little arena, the Wolf Den. Murakami, hello. Wild. Time to start practicing. Oh my gosh, are you actually going to play the game? Play the free trial version. I heard Frogger is still on the mission to fill their blue spells. Oh really? Hey yo, is that a gorgeous star I say? I like how your name is Thancred Wife. That's a great name. Hello, welcome in. Frogget working hard. Frogget can do it, I believe. Pause chill? Pause chill for what? Oh yes, we're in the night theme, so it's all comfy stuff. This is great. Oh my gosh, someone's actually fighting out here. I don't know why, I don't ever expect to actually see people around. I really need to unlock flying in this area. In the fest. It's so weird not to. Luna, don't forget, this is not just an RPG. It's an MMORPG. I mean, I forget that all the time. The story fools you, but people are real here. Oh my god, people are real? I thought they were all just a figure of my imagination. Something like that, I don't know. I thought you all were just someone I made up in my brain. Does that mean I actually have friends? Yeah, we're not all in NPC. Really? I actually have friends? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. You don't know? I don't have friends. Damn. Such. Yeah, this region's music is one that gets everyone to turn off Mount's music so they can listen to it. I've been doing that since ARR. I don't even know if that's a good or a bad thing. But yeah, parasocial friend circle reporting in. Heck yeah! I love parasocial relationships. Please do not note that. I love pretending to be friends with everyone. Damn, I sound really lonely. Oh my god. Fine, let's just continue with the story. The future of Umar is at stake, is it? Well, do for them what you can, but keep an eye on Afino, would you? See to it he doesn't involve himself more than is necessary. She crazy for real, for real. No, I'm not crazy. I just have a big imagination. Yeah. Whatever could be so urgent for Lady Chai to summon us thus? Lady Chai is up in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? Nah, she's fine. See? Even Kitari agrees. I just have a big imagination. The question is, am I an advanced sentient AI or am I real? Bruh. I tend to question if I'm real. Have you ever had those days to where you question if your emotions are actually genuine? Like what you feel is actually what you feel, or if it's something your brain made us just because of circumstances that revolve around it? Like, are you actually scared, or are you just trying to fit into the crowd? Kind of thing. Good question. Levlina went. Love Dip 123. Oh my god, it's Dip. Oh my god, hello. How you doing? How you been, homie? I've been alright. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. Holy crap. You been good? That's good to hear. What you been up to? It's been so long. It really has been. No joke? Actually, yes. See, okay, so I'm not the only one. Cool. I've been having those type of circumstances to where I just like... I just think, I'm just here like... Is what I feel actually what I want to feel? Or something that I'm making myself feel because of like... the circumstances that are going around. Sounds crazy, to be honest. Okay, listen. It's more of the fact is like... Sometimes I just question, am I really genuinely happy, or am I just like pretending to be happy? Man, I would like to keep my sanity. It's still tight. But like, oh come on. I'm not the only one who's thought this way, right? I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one. I cannot be the only one. Face, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. I've been good. I had some stuff during summer in school now, so I've been super busy. I've finally been having more free time now. Congrats on free time! I've had moments where I went, okay, my brain is making me panic and angry, but that's because the situation is similar to ones that got me angry and upset when I was little. This isn't actually a big deal, but now I have to write out the emotions. How inconvenient. Yeah, especially when memories come up from the past and it's like, okay. Have you ever had someone constantly try to tell you your emotions are fake to the point where you literally admit it? Because you were just so tired of them saying it. Honestly, I feel like emotions are really, really weird. They're dumb sometimes. But IDK. I get overwhelmed with emotions really easily. No, I'll tell him what rope to piss up. I wish I had that courage at the time, not gonna lie. Because it was really annoying to me whenever, like... I guess they were in... not acknowledging the way I felt. Invalidating it? Kind of thing? Takes practice. Does it? Okay, how does one practice that though? Am I supposed to go this way? I think I've been lucky enough to miss out on that. It's definitely had people make me second guess my feelings on some things though. Okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely. that's understandable. That happens to me often too. And I honestly think I honestly just thought that it was maybe just a part of my indecisive nature. Because I can be really, really indecisive. Hey, keep that ear locked in. There's a... yeah, there is. It's right there. Bruh. Just me listening to the pitter-patter. The steps the doggos take. Did you love the doggo? You could actually pet the doggo too. I can't show you it, but right now, but I can show you the doggo mount again later. Because it's like the only mounts I use now. It was the facts about the custodian that told me you'd be down at Jenny's head. And look, for me, you still were. Running around after people's tiring work. It was a bit weird coming out the other end of the night shift induced depression. A couple of years back though, I tell you what, I had a genuine moment of, okay, nothing's actually changed, but all of a sudden I'm thinking things will turn out okay, and there's this kind of light fluttery feeling I just have all the time now. Wait, shit, that's happiness. How the hell did I forget what that felt like? Wait, that's such a mood sometimes. Hi Wolfie, welcome in. Just so I don't forget later. Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Okay. I was confused as to where I was going. I see a female aura. Luna, I just wanted to just stop by and show some support. Hi, Truly Snow. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm just over here going, hold off on the side quest, Yoshi, because there's a lot that pops up between MSQ quests. Stupid wine quest. Thank you for the look. We have arrived.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
What's happened?
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
So, what?
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthri out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Oh.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
Aww. Lady Chai.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so?
Something terrible is about to happen, isn't it?
What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I like how they actually give you the option. Sorry, but I think he fled. I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Don't
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It's pepper salad. Hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. To everyone who received a gift, so I hope you all enjoy your emotes. Oh my god. I hope you've been well, Nunu. Thanks for stopping by. Hi, Tan. Hi, Rosalind. Welcome in. Silly Chinese making Julia worry, honestly. You know, almost nothing like I thought it'd be, but somehow I can't picture her going anywhere else. The Chais are a part of it, I suppose. They've been good to me. I only wish there was something more I could do to help them. Aww. You're eating dinner. I hope you are enjoying your dinner. Oh my gosh, I can totally speak. English is hard. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would have not done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. There's no way he would have left to go rebuild his company without Lady Chai anyway, so yeah, I definitely feel like something happened. And I do not like this. Master Chai? Well, yes, I spoke with him recently. Though I recall he was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Ilmo's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Wathley's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no greater need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Ilmore. Which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Has taught you about the stagnant state of the business in Ilmore. Oh, because they were isolated from the world. I like how I stand here and I just see a bunch of crafters in front of me. Okay. Oh, that's the lower floors. Okay. I hate the fact that I cannot freaking... Like, it looks like an area that I would be able to mount in. But no, I can't. Of course, sister, I can't sleep while there are people in need. That's Hattenbet's creed, and the only reason I'm still alive. Well, good on you. Aye, I recall the men fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the states of things down in Derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folks here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts. He asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looks like he was headed for Gate Town when I last saw him. The poor living conditions of Colusia is downtrodden. But we kind of already had the gist of it. We're just running around, in my opinion. Legit, look at this. Oh, hi, cutie. Don't mind me. I won't just eat them already. Sure, they're useless. What with not being able to lay eggs and all, but we're friends now. She's friends with the chicken. That's so cute. In Chai I trust. Yeah, we trust Chai. Look at all them chickens. She's friends with all the chickens. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. Wait, is it inside? Yep. Okay. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while, after his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vothry, and finding General Ranjit in the heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. Ranjit is still alive? What the heck? The man committed no small amounts of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Wait. Hold on. Did I read that incorrectly? He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after a confrontation of Lord Vothry and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza. Oh no! No, he's not still alive. Oh. Yeah. He kinda deserved it, not gonna lie. Anyway, the men commended no small amounts of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts and Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Elmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Calicia as well. And I, for one, would welcome any men or women willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on the note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recalled. Your exchange has taught you about the perilous state of Ilmore's defenses. Thank you for the baba. I wonder if she's friends with all the roosters too. Eh? Thank you for... Oh, she is Ranjit, yeah. Apparently he was in a heap when they found him. He did the kick with the feet. And he has sword-proof hands, which makes dad cred. Donkey. Don't worry, Luna, I'm just making stupid immature jokes. Jokes that are going over my head today. Yeah, honey, basically just left him in a crumpled pile on the floor and ran off to find Vothry. He deserved it. He deserved it. Any luck? I got nowhere myself, but it sounds like Master Alphinaud might have. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which ought to offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Here are all of the notes concerning Calicia. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admissions to customers from outside Ilmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. I mean, not the bay. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? It didn't take long for folks to start mourning after Vorthri left. Now everyone in Ilmor got something to complain about. Wouldn't want to be in Master Chai's shoes, having to keep that lot happy. Hi Mistake, welcome in. Another word for rooster starts with the C and ends with oh. Oh. Just a little slow today. Just a little. All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Ilmor, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Haru, if you would go and make inquiries in right, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate 10, I leave to you, Kaishu. I can totally read. I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate 10, I leave to you. Okay, so we go to right. We go to right. Alpha goes to Stilltide. And Kaishu goes to Gate 10. Fair enough. Where shall we meet when we've finished? Well, top rung would seem to me be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. How is Luna, by the way? Still tired? I'm very tired. I tried sleeping. Okay, I've been having issues sleeping as of late, and then I tried sleeping when I got home today. Let me tell you. I woke up and the first thing I hear is my sister screaming her lungs off at her fiance. Oh my god. I was just like, really? Really? What the fuck is going on? They were apparently having a really big argument. Apparently. And I was like, well, I do not want to take part in this. Goodbye. I literally was like, underneath my blanket, I covered my whole entire body, including my face, and I was like, I don't need to hear this. Pillow on the head. Just trying to ignore everything. I don't even know what they were arguing about. But it sounded like a really nasty argument. So, yeah. Basically, I couldn't sleep. Oh my god. No, the name does not ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Ilmor, but rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and chance of a lavish life among the free, and Vorthri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Valtry's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Ilmor in his absence. That's what I told your friend Chinese, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. Man, why is sleeping so hard? Both sleeping and eating feels so freaking difficult. Is it just me? Probably not. I forgot how to sleep properly. My position's always funky. Relatable. I also move, I toss and turn a lot too, which doesn't really help my situation. At least I don't roll off the bed, thankfully. Anytime you need it, the ladder is at your service. Heading to the top rung then? Yes. Turns out Master Chai was over in Gate Town too. He spoke to a few of the residents apparently. They told me they've never seen a posh bloke look so miserable. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see, Cashier and I clean. Much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia. The only likely place he has left is to go being enmity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Enmity. Oh! Okay, yeah. I remember that place now. Not really. I remember we used that place for building the giant tallows. So are we slapping Master Chai to make Mom Cat worry? Yes we are. How dare he make Mom Cat worry, bruh? Defective tallows. Wait. What level are they? Oh, level 78. Now that makes sense, I guess. Hello! It's Chinese! Hello! Hold on. Obviously, this is going to... I'm slapping his leg. Anyway. Thank you for the head pats. Haru, Avano, Kaishie, what are you doing here? We might ask you to see, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers, though I suppose she could have overlooked it, and when she gets an idea in her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai. But since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? You were told you have been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now. Let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Galicia, that much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe safe resources can be found here? Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel might yet have a mayor of me. Make a mayor of me? Blah 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 blah? English? With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. We've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Ulmor, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Afano, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard can mayoring be? You're going to steal Ilmor to a better future. I know it. And I want to help, properly help, do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out. I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. It feels like they just adopted a son. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Ilmon needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he's here in Amate? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is, or was. He has scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vothri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon, oh my gosh, names, was the left, and between them they kept Ilmor on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere men of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Forget suffering. Good luck, Forget. Hi, Mori. Welcome in. Thank you for the head pops. We could throw him down the plateau. He'll live like us, and she'll get to worry. Wait, what? Luna knows Chinese? Oh, I can't speak Chinese. I don't know any Chinese. What? I'm confused. Eh? Jolly, thank you for doing dailies. Enjoy your private chats. Rosa, thank you for doing dailies. Hi Luna, hope you have a great stream today. Thank you. Hi Luna, are you planning on playing Sumeru? I unlocked a small chunk of Sumeru already, and I will be unlocking the rest soon. Hi Shark, welcome in. Fuzzy, thank you for doing dailies. Reza, thank you for doing dailies. Ni hao ma. That's actually interesting. Ni hao ma. that's a really good way to like teach someone how to pronounce it. Bye Hot, thank you so much for doing dailies. Oh, yeah, I remember doing these quests. Is it a tedious string of quests? Oh god, I completely misstreamed the announcements. Heck, I would have rated. Oh no, you're all good. Hi Fireheart, welcome in. Just call him Windy. Think like Brendan? Brendan, but Uru. Oh no. Nah, not tedious. Okay, okay. Cool beans. I reckon Umar could learn a thing or two from Amateur about standing on its own 2 feet. Then again, so could I. According to Master Chai, this Rendan fellow occupied a position of the considerable influence in the Umoran leadership, which begs the question, why did he choose to leave? I blame Vol3. I realized it was me who suggested speaking with Tristal, but who's to say he will be any more receptive than Rendan? Why should any of them give me the time of day? Bah! That's no way to think. Ignore me. Greetings, friends, and to you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask after Rendan. Couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Vol3 gone, Umar wants for leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. Keep here seeking Rendan's counsel in hope that we could build a better Umar together. That is my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Umar, and I would not see you suffer for Vol3's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendan can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he seems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Umar's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Ilmor has the resolve to change. The resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we go. And I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. Damn. Despite our previous artistic differences, I do believe Master Chai means what he says, but until he starts believing it, I fear it won't amount to an awful lot. Makes sense. Was interesting, honestly. I think the most interesting thing so far is Master Chai actually going around and asking around, inquiring. I don't know the word for it. I don't know the word for it, but yeah, that. You mean he's having a character development in progress? Yes, that. Oh shh. Is this a grave?
Well, well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Yay, what's that? That's us.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Aww.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
So that's how you pronounce that. Auspices.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on.
Lots and lots of thinking you have done, sir.
But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that.
Let's go! Let's go! Okay. That's... Oh my god.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
Darn, that wasn't it. Damn, this... Of course there's more.
You would? You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Oh. You know, that makes sense. Understandable. Have a nice day, sir. Imagine it, a Yulmore that even a bloke like me could help to build. People cannot be brought together on the strength of high ideas alone. This I know from painful experience. Yeah, I wonder why. Rendon was right to demand proof of Master Chai's commitment. It remains to be seen if his words will translate into deeds, but I shall endeavour to keep an open mind. I'd vote for Chai. Same! Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree. Therefore, the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Yes, meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternates of foodstuff are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I'll consider offering you my counsel. Is there an option to grow food? A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, another that's of production. Go on. For the present, Oma's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuff must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the people of Omar and the nearby settlements. You impressed me, Chinese. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, but you haven't secured my support just yet, only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon. And one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of tallows to aid the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Oh. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Tallows? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed the doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir of Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happened that tallows are my field of expertise. And with little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. They have beef stew. Except for the fact that I already have a lot to feed. 5.9 with Delia's moment to shine now is Chai's. Beef stew. That sounds so good right now, honestly. I had beef stew earlier. It had beef tofu. And it was like beef soft tofu. Spicy stew. It's pretty good. Hi, Limmy. Do you see it? There's a fire in Master Chai's eyes that was not there when we first met. A fire we had best keep kindled if we wish to see Ilmor change for the better. That Rendon geezer doesn't seem so bad. What was Master Chai worried about? He's got to give himself a bit more credit. You had a hand in constructing the giant tallows in the north, did you not? When the Ilmoran volunteers began arriving, I hid myself away, lest I be recognized, thus depriving myself of what I am reliably informed was once in a lifetime spectacle. Bugger. He missed the giant tallows because he wanted to hide. Lamau? Rendon is quite right. Building tallows from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose to make use of the long abandoned tallows which wander the wilds of Calicia. Eh? They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Is he talking about the defective tallows? The one that bugs Luna? Maybe. Maybe? Yes? No? I don't know. Man. Finding good help. These things right here, the defective tallows. Wonder if he's talking about those. Top rung, where we had our heart-to-hearts with Emmett. We did, didn't we? I kind of forgot about that, not gonna lie. So he is an authority on tallows, is he? What other surprises could he be hiding, I wonder? How'd you catch the tallows then? Dig a hole and lure it in? It is one thing to repair an immobile tallows as Ryonji did, but quite another to catch one, surely. Does this not sound a trifle dangerous? What do you mean a trifle dangerous? You've seen what all we've been through, Alpha 9, and you think that's dangerous? Eh? Yeah, where you had a date with Daddy. Oh my gosh. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canister filled with a dashly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of ether in the tallows. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious? Oh, what? An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be simple enough matter to get them to march to Ilmor. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, This is where I would go to ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. We don't have to do it? Oh my gosh. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the silos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Renzen tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread, Trippy Toad. I can't feel my legs. I can't feel my legs. I can't feel my legs. But if I prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Alright, but if there's any trouble, we'll call it off. Now, we gonna encourage the day. Yeah. Yes, well, it should go without saying I have no intentions of dying for this. I always prefer living to see the fruits of my labor. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishu says, these lands are dangerous. If one is not careful, I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any bees that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos, understand? Understood? Good. Then let us be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. His life is in your hands. I don't... That's kind of scary, bro. I don't think anyone should trust me with their lives. Hairbrains, or... Is it hairbrains or hairbrains? I don't know. When first he arrived, I could barely hear him over the knocking of his knees. And now this, I'm not sure what's gotten into him, but whatever it is, I like it. There's little points in us both shouting instructions. Keep him safe, Haru. Alright, it's nothing to worry about. Just a simple matter of sneaking up on the Talos when avoiding the slavering. Bloodthirsty beasts lurking behind every rock. Child's play. Whenever you're ready, let us begin. Child's play, huh? Sounds more difficult than child's play, but okay. Either Master Chai is off his nut, or this means more to him than he's been letting on. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Chai when it's safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spyglass as well as zoom in and out. Point the spyglass at Chai News and give him the signal to sneak near the Talos with left click. Wait, is that it? Or is there more to this? Okay, there's more to it. I did it! I did it! Let's move to another Talos, shall we? Oh, okay, okay. Please don't turn around. Well, you are a tank, so minor details. Because hares are not the smartest of animals. Really now. It's basically another telescope mission. Pretty simple, not high stakes. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Haru. Oh. He's going off on his own. Wow. Look at that. Haha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Did he do it? Bro, they all literally just following him around. Lama. What? What? I mean, it's rather high stakes considering poor Chai is the one doing it. Yeah, honestly. Maybe smart is the wrong word. They're very skittish and will just sprint away at high speeds if they hear so much as a twig snapping. Ah, yeah, makes sense. I like how the first thing I see is Lumi. Blimey, thought my heart was going to stop for a moment there. Make that a couple of moments. Our friend returned with nary a scratch. Well done. It would seem I misjudged Master Chai. There may yet be hope for Ilmor. Glad you think so. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it! Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Omor's food store showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Ilmor. I thank you for your votes of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Ilmor the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. +1 ally. Let's go. When the people behold these tallows, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Ilmor's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? Yee. We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you tinkered with the tallows and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick. I'm usually lurking, but I wanted to say hi. Thanks for the gift of sub. Okay, bye. Thank you for the lurk. Bye-bye.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
I like how they're just slowly marching. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Oh, is everyone going to see?
What's that noise?
They're going to see it.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
They're just marching. Leave them alone. Wait, no, leave the tellers alone.
Stay back, all of you!
There's no need to panic. There's no need to panic. It's okay. Oh, hi, Lady Chai.
Is that... Darling, you're back.
Aww.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
I can't!
Oh, oh dear.
It's Lady Chai, very strong. Oh my god. Alphinaud has to heal him.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand?
Aww.
Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Let's go.
Oh, how wonderful!
Woo! Yeah! Woo! Is he going to get squished again? Oh my god.
Please!
Oh, cute. That's so cute. Look, gang. Hello, Len. How you doing? That's couple. They're so cute. I love it. They love each other so much. Low-key kinda envious of them. Delia love is strong, so strong, cripplingly strong. I know, right? You're so far ahead from where I remember. Jesus, really? I don't even remember when you last stopped by. She loves him so much that he's gonna die. Imagine dying before getting the last spell. Oof. Sorry, wasn't much help. Still, seeing Master Chai go after those talents was something, eh? Inspiring stuff. I dare say the future of Wilmore has never looked brighter. Thank you again for finding my husband. I confess, I was not expecting your return to be quite so grand. That dear, sweet man, he's going to make the most wonderful mayor. I just know it. I'm fine. I just need a moment. Oh my god, poor Chai. You're at the beginning of Shadowbringers last I checked. Really? Damn, that's been a while. Lally, think of all the trolley these stylers can push. Yeah, think of all the trolleys these stylers can push. That was quite a reception. one Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the revival of Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Ilmor, it would be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Oh, we're going to see that happen. There's no time to lose. We must begin making preparations for the inaugural address. Once Master Chai has got his breath, of course. You good there, buddy? Oh, we get music. Pain and pleasure. Eh? No need to fret, Haru. I've never felt better. But your cough says otherwise, so it's just like kind of thing. Not at all overwrought by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Ilmor. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. And I would go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet the new mayor. You there, cashier, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown in the dialects? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Valtry's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The women at the crown lift will show you up. Probably old Ilmor theme or something. I see. By guessing the theme, or it's Chai's pain and pleasure of Julia's hugging. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces past the mom. Hi Lina, how's MSQ going? Hi Zombie, welcome in. It's going alright. We just got Talos back to the city. 3 whole Talos that Master Chai ended up working for. Very interesting. I kind of expected them to make us do it, just cause that's normally how MMOs go, right? MMORPGs, that's usually how it goes. So I was like expecting a quest that tells us to go fetch him, but no. Chai was just like, yeah, I got this. You should pay respect the player and actually cares about us. Honestly. I mean, we're at the world's greatest errand. We are the world's greatest errand boy / errand girl, yeah. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizen. But for you, our honor guests, we have reserved a place at the front, right this way, miss. We have a reserved spot? Let's go! One quest. Grrr! Elevating a message to support Lena. Thank you so much for the 5! You got this, Chai. I believe in you.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthree's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
Hi, yes, that's us. Hello.
As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthree. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthree must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved.
This is putting a big grin on my face. Literally smiling from ear to ear hearing this. Oh my gosh.
The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
louder, you should clap too. Yeah, there we go. Heck yeah. Trash has come a long way from demanding misrepresenting artwork of his wife, hasn't he? He has. I think Gilmore is in safe hands with Chai on board. I agree. 100% agree. Seeing everyone come together like that, it was so beautiful. That was. Now our work can begin in earnest. I very much look forward to seeing this Ilmore of the people. I have a question, Luna. Have you ever thought about using the throne integration? I have, but I don't really know how I feel about it. The people of the first are a resilient sponge. Slides an open bottle across the table to. I think. Oh, wait. What? Are you guys sitting at a table or something? Question marks. Oh, the TITS, yes. You're too eager to chunk random objects at Lena. Honestly, if I have someone guiding me through the whole process, I probably will allow it to be added. But I would definitely need someone to like guide me through that, because I don't know anything about it. Also, Fireheart, thank you so much for the $5. For the $5. Do we just call them super chats? Is that what they're called here too? Or is there like another word for it? Thinking of gifting Luna the throw integrations. Eh? RDK, it's a brand new system. What if we just call them super chips? Thank you for the supers. Super chats back there. Okay, I would help. I got mine set up. Oh really? That would be really helpful. Thank you in advance. I'll need to find a day I'm not busy though. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. You're doing great, sweetie. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Imorans can, it should be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I could carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which the city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thoughts in your mayoral seat? We'll not be moving into the emergence, dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence and I will govern here in the parlor. I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Aww. That's so cute. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Oh, aren't these the two that... Yes, of course, it hadn't bit. Aye, that's me. I like to speak, but there's folks outside these walls as don't have enough fear to last until till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you've got a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Ooh, then we've much to discuss. Ah, they're joining in too. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Haru. I hope to see you again before long. What today? I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I have resolved to remain here until such time as Ilmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. Aww. I bet Alphinaud is really proud. I have every confidence that they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. Bald Ellison, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hi Lina, hi Loco, how you doing? Sekiko, thank you so much for the like. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, Lina, how'd you like your Terraria room? It's very pretty, I love it. With Master Chai at the helm, if only for the interim, I feel I can bid farewell to Ilmore and return to the source with no regrets. Aww. So Arfinder's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. The paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Ilmore for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself at all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We got a few ideas on how we could do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Thank you for the head parts. Thank you. People first grow up so fast, making me cry, honestly. I still can't believe out of all painting, there was one of a bunny constellation. It's great, I love it. Still not quite sure how I'll do my pots for Ilma, but I'll think of something. Truly to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Ilmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Big Lug's study have borne fruit in our absence. Poor Kaishir. I'm sure he'll find something for him. I believe that Kaishir will have his own character development. By the way, in order to help Kaishir, you must have a level 70 crafter. A level 70 crafter? Bro. Crafting's too hard for my brain, bro. I'm so cold. Oh my gosh. I have a hoodie on and like a blanket on my legs, and it's so cold. I don't know why. Oh, it's probably because I lack sleep right now. Hello, hi Noctis. Noctis Gamings, welcome, welcome. Noctis. Hello, Noctis. Just warm up, forehead. I mean, I wish it was that easy. So Team LSA has yet to return from the inn at Journey's head. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. Knowing LSA, she's probably doing just that. In the course of preparing more ore sites, we have made a significant discovery. We thought it's best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. Are you still going through Shadowbringers? Yeah, I'm in post Shadowbringers right now. My congratulations, Haru. Glad tidings of from Ilmore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped to bring about. I take it you're ready to resume our work. As ready as I'll ever be. Thanks for more. Thank you. For now, let's enjoy the post Shadowbringer story. Yee! Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Ilmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how far are you in preparing the White Ore site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principle of source transference and concluded at length that White Ore site was ill-suited for our purposes. But Orianger, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Ossian, the stone could house one of us with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklo's invaluable insights, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter were we to disregard the English, please. Inviolable link twixt mind and soul, a link which we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Oresight doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshly simulacra and the surfeit of aether which compriseth them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. Why do I feel like I'm reading some sort of tongue twister? Huh? It would, theoretically, be possible to change your minds in the Oresites instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Oh. Which is why we have abandoned the plan, instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. And we're no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I had personal experience. Haru, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une. I spoke of the royal eye of the elegant imperial line gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of ancient elegance. It is by this gift that I am able to control the crystal tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the elegants were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps we could keep minds and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only of our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it's best how to return to the source and inform Prial and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we made progress of assault. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings onto Thancred and Rain, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have a need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Bye-bye, Orionje. Give our regards to Tataru, won't you? Of course. Inviolate. I see. Where's the Orionje translator, honestly? Means uncorruptible. Because it's Orionje. Who needs a sword nowadays anyway? What's your favorite expansion so far? Heavensward. Whoops. There we go. Meg and Logan says we resume our work forthwith, but I grow weary at the thought. What I would not give for a cup of tea and perhaps a vanilla tart. With the benefit of our combined knowledge and the aid of the first leading authority on soulcraft, we must surely be able to find a solution. Surely. I pray the link in their bodies in your world will endure a while longer. Should it fail, our efforts will be for naught. Mark my words, Haru. We will unlock the secrets of Elegant Eye and see the others return home. Oh shoot, what the? What the heck? There was a time when I thought these eyes a curse, you know, but for what they have enabled me to do, and what they yet make possible, I see now they are a blessing. Kaicha, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Hi Raiders, welcome in. Doc T Goose, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Hope you all enjoy your stay here. Incoming snuggle party. Oh my gosh. Hi. Hello, hello. To everyone who's new here. Hi, my name is Lunacchiii. You can just call me Luna. I'm a Star Bunny VTuber who mainly plays Final Fantasy 14 and Genshin. Lovely to meet you all. Hi, Joel. How was your stream? I hope it went well. You were doing just chatting. What were you guys chatting about? Noctis, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay in Wonderland. Oh, so always happy to chill with 14 players. Yeah! It was great. Glad it went well. I was getting bullied per usual. Oh, I see. Imagine getting bullied. He loves getting bullied. I. Wait, you do? I don't know. I never saw Kaicha as someone who likes getting bullied. Outcast, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. He does. Okay. Noted. to all the readers here. Essentially what we're doing is going through the main storyline quest for Final Fantasy XIV. If you actually played the game and you aren't as far as Shadowbringers, where am I going? Oh my god, I'm lost. Where am I going? Anyway, if you aren't past Shadowbringers, and you're playing the game, I would say be careful of spoilers. To those of you who played the game and probably are already done with Endwalker, please do not spoil. This is my first run through. Bully him more in your spare time. I'm not really good at bullying people. If you don't like spoiler, kindly leave the premise. Oh my god, I'm being made to teleport. Oh no. Hi, Buzzmaker, welcome in. On Nemayon? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Good morning. Good morning to you. I skipped all lore in 14, so I watch other people who do it instead. Oh, I see. Hey, you're back. How did everything go in the fest? Wait, don't tell me. Cryo will be here shortly, so she'll want to hear too. She's just sending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. So, is this where I get food, or is there going to be a playthrough? Am I going to have to play a character? Ends at 5.1. Either way, jail time. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I can go grab food because I'm actually really hungry. There's a playthrough? Oh, okay. Darn. I'll just snack on my granola bar. And yeah. No. Get your stuff, we can wait. Okay. Food time, food time. My favorite time. Wait. Let me change this. Food time. Okay, I'll be back. another Julala reward. Eh? What did I miss? Not on Twitch, I can't. Inhuman psychopath, hello, welcome in. Democracy said the child must be well fed. Now get num-nums. I got num-nums! Recap of what happened. 5.1 is actually, yeah. Things got yeeted at robots. And then I almost died during a hug. Have she completed the Dark Knight storyline? Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You think Paladin is boring? Why is that? If I might ask. If I may ask. Cause I'm gonna be picking up Paladin soon. Maybe. I'm not sure. I need to level it up. What did you get? I got Nidasape. It's a type of Nidasape. It includes beef-based broth with soft tofu and Nidas. Yum. Delicious. 5 damage buttons and a lot of mitigations. Oh, I see. Okay, let's watch this. Shout, everyone has done the teleport. I'm gonna activate the action. Okay.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Wait. Wait. Hold on. Hello. Hi.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Well, good to see you too. Oh my God.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
Oh my God.
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Oh my
More
God.
complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. but his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
What's wrong?
Oh, both Prial and me. Okay. His body at least, you will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. But what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragon, I suppose this might suffice. Then. Is this where we take over the body? Yo! That's a cool ass combo attack. The simple pleasure of one one's flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Haru was barely a match for him if we stay here much longer. The very worse. Your Radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your Radiance, no! Almost even the most meddling of spot to be spoiled. The world conspires. But I have no cause to remain here. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Disappears like a whole assassin. Okay. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. What's that? Oh shit. And off they go. Your Radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Oh shit, oh, okay, okay. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. Oh shit. Hello Raiders, welcome in. Lady Rainicorn, thank you so much for the raid. Hi Raiders, welcome, welcome. Hope you all enjoy your stay here. Currently we're in the middle of a duty. Rainy, I hope your stream went well. I'm too scared to look on your to even say hi in your stream, but I looked because and I ended up looking because I saw massive spoilers. Hi Rainy, welcome in. Hi Raiders, welcome to Wonderland. To everyone who's new here, my name is Lunacchiii. You can just call me Luna. I'm a Star Bunny VTuber who mainly plays Final Fantasy 14 and Genshin. Lovely to meet you all. No, Luna! I looked away. I looked away. As soon as I saw it, it's all good. Avoid spoilers at all costs. I'm trying. I'm trying. Do we even want to know? I think not. Girls, thank you for the follow. NZ, thank you for the follow. Lenaris, thank you for the follow. Lord Getch, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. Hope you all enjoy your stay. While we're at it, I saw Sakuno in chat. Can we get a shout out for Sakuno too, by the way? We make ourselves easy mark by moving together. I suggest we split up. Okay. Right then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. Whee! Where the fuck do I go from here? Over here? I'm lost. I'm a lost child. Thank you for and Bell for the follow. Thank you. Hope you all enjoy your stay here. Estinian, yeah, it's Estinian, guys. Estinian. I'm so happy we get to see Estinian again. Daddy Dragoon. Dear Dragoon. Oh, more cutscene. This is Chunk. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Someone's been someone's been busy. Oh my god, is that what the? Wait. Holy sh. Arc Ultima. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nicole, lend me your strength. Wait, what? Oh. I forgot he could do that now. I forgot he could do that now. Oh my god. You just completed Shadowbringer. How did you enjoy the ending of 5.0? I cried my eyes out. I bawled. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. I should probably read what the abilities do. Not gonna lie. Moving around's probably not gonna help me either. Horrid Wars. What does Horrid Wars do? Delivers a jump by attack to target. Okay. Wow! Whenever she gets to sad, to the sad crying parts, it's always. Hello, Lena. I'm an RPG and action gamer, proud only 90 mentor who hails from Fairy. What is your favorite class job and who is your favorite Genshin character? Mine are Black Mage and Kokomi. My favorite Genshin character would be Xiao. As for favorite class, so far my favorite class to play might actually be Nin, just because it was the first class I actually bothered leveling up. And it'd be like Wait, there's ads? Oh no. Wait, leave me alone. Please. Ah. Samurai? Samurai is really fun too. Favorite class dad. Yo. In the end, what's often is Ah! Wait, I'm not paying attention. Wait, my bad, coach. I'm sorry. Wait, how do I heal? Wait, what? What's going on here? How do I stop this? Is there a way to stop that from happening? I don't know. To not be floor take, but I'm a dragoon right now. Floor inspector extraordinaire, bro. Floor inspector extraordinaire. Wait. Mom, I'm scared. The best part, you don't. Oh, I see. That's good to know. Wait! Shotto! Matte! Ah! Get out of here, stinking robot. Oh no! Get out of its way. Estinian player. We love Estinian. Please. Stop though. We shall see if. Oh my god! Show them your fury. Am I going to see this in action? Yo. 우와! 우와! すごいわね. 우와. Pog. Thank you for playing. Okay, jail time. Guardians in the Machina. Now, where are you guys?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Yes, we did.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours, but no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
For real though.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Yeah.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
A bad guy
Well,
becoming
it's nice
good.
to have
Let's
one less
go.
foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Yeah, stick around, Estinian. Why in such a hurry?
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
You have business? Saturday. She just puts her head down.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Aww. That's cute.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Hey, excuse you. It wasn't even my fault.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Bruh. Century 6, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Though they have yet to find a workable solution, the Stella and the others are making progress, and we cannot ask for more than that. You must be shattered after all the hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beck Lowe can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them if you ask me. Doesn't time move differently though? So if we stay here and rest for like, let's say like an hour, wouldn't that be pretty much similar to being like gone for a day, maybe a few more days. Oh, meanwhile, in Gala mode. Traitors, you dare to lie near the throne? La. Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours. Are they really fighting each other? Oh shit. Yo, it's become a heckin' mess in here. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That who your soul is. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Who the fuck? Zodiac. Oh shit. They hunting Zodiac? Meanwhile in Omar, in the first. Oh, we get to see progress here too. Did you hear the mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and they're looking for laborers? There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free tallows to help anyone willing to make the move. Oh shoot, them. Free tallows? Ha! We'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Oh, you see the hope rebuilding within the people. That's so cool. Who are you? Wait. Hope? Wait. Wait. Humna. That's not Artbird, right? That's just someone who looks like Artbird, right? That's just someone who looks like Artbird, right? That's not him, right? That's not him, right? No, I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I will not believe this. Yes, so long as I live, I would see the feeble flame rekindled. Why are you so ominous and why do you look like Ardbert? Why do you look like Ardbert? Why? Why? It is my destiny to see our dreams fulfilled. Monka has moments. Penny, thank you so much for the 2-1 sub. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome to 5.2. Well, thank you. I'm gonna punch him. Monka S. What? Wait. What? Wait, what was the emote again? I don't remember what was that emote called. Can you imagine this dropping at the end of the patch and not finding out for months? Bro, I would die. I would be like, bro, what the fuck? I'd be going all around in the internet trying to freaking find theories of it for the rest of the however many months it takes for it to come out next. I would be on the internet searching for theories and all that. And like trying to combine and piece all the theories together and be like, yo, what are the... Oh my god. Wait, what was the emote I was trying to do? I keep forgetting what it's called. Oh, here it is. This is me. This is me right now. That's why I feel like this is a great time to start Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, you got a lot of MSQ to go through. Hello, I enjoyed your Final Fantasy journey on your YouTube channel, so I'm looking forward to seeing more. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Also, that solo instance with Destinian is just a prologue to the Shadowbringer trials. Oh, what trials? Haru, might I ask a favor of you? I'm not normally one to pry, but Flamin has been oddly distracted ever since you came back to tell us of your travels in the first. Would you go and see if she's alright? Where is Flamin? Is she still over... Okay. Warring Troyades for Lord Shadowbringers. Oh! Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. It's Ravan! Haru, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matalia's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal aether. We mustn't grow complacent, however, potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope that they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the fest and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Who? Oh! It's Maxima! Wait, we're seeing lots of familiar faces, oh my gosh! Ah, Haru, it's been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador, I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Aldin, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I have stories of such a defector from Galamod, but never mind that. You say you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dock. With the numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamigan resistance to watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belly growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Eh? Commander Aldin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it is clear to whom he wishes I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades. I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this. Ah, I appreciate it. Yes, of course. Then we must make for Alamigan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Okay. I can fly here! Wait, I can fly here! Oh my god! Much love, Luna. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. How about you, Gigi? Can we get a shout out for Gigi, please? Wait. Through here? Don't you just love being able to fly? I believe I can fly. She can fly. I'm flying just like a bird. Much has changed since the first time we set foot into the city. Now we strive to preserve the freedom rather than reclaim it, but we've no time to reminisce. We mustn't keep the commander waiting. Not bad, just woke up a couple of hours ago. Oh, good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. What the? Da 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 da. Okay. Commander Arden awaits us in the Royal Palace. If you would follow me. Wasn't flying in ARR areas introduced around this time in the patches? Really? Oh! Why hello there.
They're here, Commander.
And I for one am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
Not one bit.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? There,
Must
Harry.
we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Calm down, Haru. It's okay.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight. But to me, his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation, I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
Why?
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, The Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
What? Why? Don't send it over here, no!
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress. So we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're joining the fight,
Before you
Ting
say
too.
anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Good luck, Maximo.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Me too, Kyle. Me too. I wonder why they worry of like our character is still so sus of Gaius even after seeing that scene. Fun fact. Gaius von Belsar! He is madness. Fun fact, this is about the final time we ever hear Gaius's voice ever again. Wait, really? He doesn't have any more voice lines? Godlian Empire creates Ultima weapons yet again. War of Light. End quote. Oh shit, here we go again. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Did you call her Graha? Wait, what? Sadly, yeah, and Walker, none of Gaius's voice. Ah, I see. Alright, Anakin Skywalker redemption arc. Oh my god. Welcome to the Warring Triad / Warlords Trial series of the expansion. Oh yeah, I'm going to against new Ultima weapon. Let me put my food to the side real fast. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't get knocked over. Hi, I'm Eugene. Welcome in, by the way. The story is definitely worth it. Excuse me. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of new ultimate weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Silence grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the ultimate weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the fest. Watching your stream is making me want to renew my sub. Join back on the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14. Real, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. I still need triple triad cards from them. Very nice story, by the way. I like it. The story for the trials? The video quest is next to ya. I'm starting to debate on whether I should try it or not. It's better to stack a class to do them all in one sweep. So, basically, you guys are telling me to finish it by the end of this stream? Amazing, critically acclaimed weeb game. Honestly, Lit Story is essentially an homage to a specific franchise. It's better to start. It's amazing how the side stories and side contents have amazing music, yet some will never hear it. Like, there was no need to go so hard, but they still went there. Very nice side story. Time for maybes. We were watching a lot of cutscenes. How about we let Luna do the quest she wants to do in the order she wants to do them and not pressure her into other stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of debating on. I'm just here like, although I do want to try it, I'm trying to figure out a good day for me to do them. And cause small break time, don't you think? Here, I'll put this on. For the time being, as I decide. Just wait till 5.4 and play after, cause it's lots of patches. Really? I see. There's days that I can help. I think you should do it at once before Endwalker, but no need to do it right now. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do all of them before Endwalker. Kind of like what I did with Ivalice and the Four Lords. I did them both. I did those before moving on to Shadowbringers. So I might do the same to where I finish the MSQ first before I do the trials, the normal raids and the alliance raid. Especially the near raids, because I know lots of people are looking forward to the near raids. Oh my gosh. Fair enough, we add them to the bucket list. You can accept the quest now, but leave it at the point of progress until you decide to play it. You can't do everything right now anyway, since they get locked before patches. Yeah. For immersion's sake, Eden Raid should be done like before completing 5.3. Or at least the prologue. Is it because the Eden Raids are somewhat related to MSQ? Or... I also don't know when 5.3 is, so I'll be honest with you. All I know is that you guys congratulated me into 5.2 and we are currently in 5.2. All we can give you is a smile. Yes. So it does tie into the story. Or at least the prologue. I mean, yeah, I can do a bit of the prologue. But I don't really, You're starting 5.3 soon. Oh, I see. Little bit of continuity. Too many things to do in Final Fantasy XIV. Do what you like and want to do. Due to the continuity of Eden, it's like 2/3 available and the rest unlocks in 5.3. Fun fact, you can get 24 people in a single party finder, and a 3-party leader need to invite each other leader, then you can get all 24 people in at once. Eh? I'm confused. For Alliance. For a party finder for Alliance, I just queue up and make sure that we have at least one person on every team. And if we don't have 24 people, we go in unsynced. If we do have 24 people, we go in synced. Ma'am, yes. What's up? I don't think we can unsync 80 content now. So we might need the full party. Oh, wait, really? Interesting. Okay. So, wait, we actually do need 24 people? Yo, that's crazy. Will we have enough when that time comes, I wonder? Well, when we get to it, we'll get to it. I do plan on trying to see if my VTuber siblings want to help me out with the Alliance raids. Honest, you can unsync 80 trials in dungeons though. I think you can unsync the trial. Okay, trials I understand. But trials are like 8 people, right? That's not too bad. Is the whole getting 24 people? Shadowbringer Alliance raids can be unsynced? Siblings, there are more Lunas. With Lux, Len, Naja, and the others. Because literally almost all of us play Final Fantasy XIV. I think all of us play Final Fantasy XIV now that I think about it. You can do 8 people in a full party, and queue with that is typically much faster than one person waiting forever. It's not like the freaking level 80 trials are hard. It's possible, but goddamn, it's painful. The trial raids are a lot of fun unsynced and not that hard. You can unsync 80 content, but it only makes it slightly easier and more forgiving. The only thing I'm worried about is basically the Alliance raids. Because I do want to open up the opportunity for viewers to join in, right? But like even if Luna dies once, we won't get enraged. Eh? Good night, everyone. At 1 AM, I need to sleep. Oh, good night, sleep. So choose the vampires fight. The King of the Nerds, welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, you can just force the queue to get the new raid if you have a decent amount of people. Before I forget. They still actively done because loads of people farm the near glands. And music. Because glamour. Oh yeah, isn't the TV minion also from the raid? I believe. Near glam cases are the best. Can't deny. If you like my character, this a damn fine coat from the new raid, I see. Plus also, every Tuesday there are people who need it for the Wondrous Tales things. We got a Shadowbringer Alliance raid twice this week, doing Alliance raid roulettes. Damn. I still need to like do a lot of planning for the Alliance raids because I do want to allow people to join in on it, but at the same time, I low-key was wanting to maybe get my VTuber siblings in on the action, so I might try to get their advice on how to run things. Because they definitely are more experienced in this game than I. Narrates have 6 minions, and finishing them gets access to a new mount in the Ghost Saucer. I was like, finally, not Crystal Tower. We love Crystal Tower. There is no pressure on doing the Near Alliance anyhow, as it's wholly distinct from the timeline of the MSQ. Yeah. So you can be flexible on whenever you want to do it. We don't want Yokotaro in our 14 story. Oh my god. You know, I kind of find it amusing that I bought Nier Automata for my my brother, like, I don't know how long ago. I think it was back in 2017. And he said he still hasn't finished the game. Oh my gosh. Yokotaro, after new anime, all anime will be deleted from your computer now. Oh my god. Speak for yourself, but you're right. Yeah, with all the side content, including the normal raids, the trials, and the alliance raid, I'm probably going to ask my siblings for advice on those this time around, because they know the game more than me, and I trust them. So yeah, I'll make sure to remind you what the trial story is when we're gonna tackle that. Okay. Okay, have fun, everyone. Oh, also, if you guys are interested in, like, no, it logs you out of all your streaming accounts and deletes them. Oh, yeah, bit. Hello, Lena. Hi, Nix. Welcome in. How you doing? I don't remember what I was going to say. You know, what I totally can't do is those who are interested in watching me play the side quest, if I decide to, like, nandakke? Cause I low-key didn't really know if I should stream them or not, but the Discord link isn't working. Wait, really? What is that? A heck? Which Discord link? This one? Yeah, no, it's still not working. That's weird. It works for me. That one works. I just used it. Huh? It's showing the channel, but I'm somehow unable to accept the invite. What do you mean, showing the channel? Did you go through and, like, because there's a process of getting into the server. You actually have to, like, check off a checklist, I believe, before you can actually officially join the server. If you didn't do that, then it's probably not gonna let you in. you just left and rejoined and it works. Okay. It says the accept invite. And then I click it and won't let me join. Is your account a verified account? I don't know, I'm just running through options right now. I'm not sure. Like... I know I installed a few things to like keep out bots and such. I think you should try logging off or exit Discord and log back in and try again. Verify account maybe. Okay. In the meantime, I actually need to use the restroom, so I will be back. I'm always in the state of constant pain. Yo, that's so relatable. Warm because I showered. That's nice. I feel hella cold. I'm so cold. I returned in time for streamer to AFK. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome back. Sorry. Na, 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 na. Okay. The way home. Oh, this sounds like a promising quest. Welcome back, child. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You ready for more story feels? No. No, I'm not. I'm so cold for some reason. I don't understand. Welcome back. Thank you. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of recent events here in the source, namely Zeno's return and the development of a new ultimate weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal aether stable. Safe travels, Haru. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. It was you, the browser? Oh. Okay. Well, that means you got to join, right? The issue is solved. Ta-ta-ta. Oh wait, I'll just go back to the Custarian. Return's OP, by the way. I love using return. Hop, skip, jump. Thank you for telling me. I totally forgot about that. Do you have business with this crystal? Do you have business with the crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to Ocula. The Crystarian music still slaps, it really does. Hello, Graha. Es guava. You come at a most opportune time, my friend. I made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul's inner means to return the Scion's home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Something happened. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all apprise of the situation. I hate you guys. I thought I was muted. Oh my. Hiya.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Well, there's a new Ultima weapon that's currently on the way. Something like that. Xenos is back.
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
Whoa. Wow.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
Translation, please.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I would hope so.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
Where's Lina?
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
Eh? She wants to speak with us?
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Huh.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lina.
It may simply be my imagination, but Lina has been rather brusque with me of late. You don't suppose she's still upset over the mishap with the salmon fillet, do you? The salmon what? What did you do with the salmon fillet? Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge. A stark reminder that we truly know the world. Upon White Orsite's crystalline foundation, we built not a prison but a refuge for the soul. With that Minrita, we're here to see the wonders inspired by her research. Oh, Ryanje! To think we will not only have Xenos to contend with once routine, but a new ultimate weapon as well. Why must all our enemies insist on returning from their graves? I know, right? Why do they always somehow return from their graves? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised some other major villain somehow returns from their grave. What's another major villain? No idea. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lina? Not really, no. You love Lina so much. Understandable. I like how they're taking pictures right there. I suggest we hurry. Lina does not strike me as one who enjoys being made to wait. We have little time, so I'll be brief. A Sinita has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. What? A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remain after the knight has returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That would not be necessary. It's only a single Sin Eater, a simple task for our god, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Royal Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory, but you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Let us make for fort job. Can I ask you to open up Terraria? Yeah, we can. Can we get a shout out for Summoner Sage, by the way? Rich, welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. How you doing? Just chilling with 14 PvP. Oh my god, imagine doing PvP. Thank you for the hydrate. Summoner Sage, not Summoner Scholar. Oh my god. For anyone who doesn't know who the Summoner Sage is, they also play Final Fantasy XIV. I believe they're on the JP servers, if I remember correctly. All casters are blessed. I'm a black mage main, actually. The Sin Eaters that remain no longer have a leader to guide them, but the Sin Eaters that remain have blah 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 blah. English, please. Anyway, take 3. The Sin Eaters that remain no longer have a leader to guide them, but they are no less dangerous. They cannot be suffered to live. Don't forget to hydrate in between reading all those dialogue lines, Lena. I appreciate the hydrate redeem. Hey Lena, hi guys, and hi Darcio, welcome in. How are you doing? We're currently advancing in MSQ. If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. Do we know them? Is that someone I'm supposed to know? I'm not sure. Okay. The world should be open, by the way, for Terraria. For those of you who wants to play. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eater attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to be. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes. I had no choice but to cut it down. The thought of returning to the field of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades. And so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an emerald to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Amoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked forgot I escorted him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. Oh, wow. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name is Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. We did? Oh! I asked you to deliver a message to the Axarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart. And the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. I see. My friends got to see the night sky, the night's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Aww. Heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts of the northern staging points have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. These are the ones you saved during the Sin Eater attack in MSQ. The one where Lena tripped over and cried and... yeah. I remember. It's really great writing by Final Fantasy XIV. These are the NPCs we helped when we clicked on them, the ones after the Sin Eater attack. One's missing though, but I think his click dialogue mentioned he was already dying, yeah. Okay, for real, I'm out of it. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye. Probably his friend, maybe? Well, at least he got to see the night sky. Excuse me, before he passed away. So I don't think it's all too bad. I just realized I have a lot of stuff in my inventory. I need to clear it out soon. Wait, or is it this way? You with your 136 out of 140 inventory, same. Is this like an owl? Or something? The little tappy sounds your mount's paws is always adorable. I know, right? Fun fact, did you know the fate stood for something? It did? It does? I did not know that. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I'd have sworn it was you who killed that Sin Eater.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, an ox? Wait, is this...
So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Oh my god. Wait, what's going on with this? Is it fading? Oh, it faded. Okay.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
Wait. Oh my
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing.
Oh?
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Well, one must have a no. We'll see you soon.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
That's happened.
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
Isn't that a good thing?
It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Oh, Lena. He misses you already. Wait, let me do this one. I like this one.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been.
Aww.
What a relief.
Aww, cute. That's so adorable. Aww.
In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work.
Oh my god, I don't know.
This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
What? Donaldstein, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. Remember what the warriors of darkness sacrificed to travel to the source? Didn't they have to die to do so? Luna is best bud girl who isn't named Luna. Prove me wrong. Eh? Whenever she talks, it's so ashtapakutikal. I love her voice and accent and everything so much. Understandable. Very understandable. That sunken fish exists in the game, by the way. It even mentions it can be mistaken for a crystal knife. Wait. Really? Salmon fillet? Yeah, so if they had died, they had to leave their physical bodies behind. They left their physical bodies behind and they were only in spirits. But they were also warriors of light, no? So they possessed the power of the echo. Isn't that true? And the ones we have faced in the Rock Quest are sin eaters made with their bodies. What sword is your glamour? Whose body have we not faced yet? Artbirds. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what this blade is called. Where was it? Right here? Augmented Elios? They do look cool. Yeah. Athena tells me a war of light has slain the Sin Eater. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to make of this. Ah yes, I was hoping to speak with you about it. On second thought, never mind. It would be rude of me to pry. Pry about what? It's just strange to think how heroes so beloved by the people could be brought so low in such short time. warriors of light, harbingers of the flood, and all the world's woe, that this wanderer would so boldly claim their title is most curious indeed. An adventurer calling themselves a warrior of light. Why would anyone tie themselves to the legacy of the individuals held in such low regard on the first? The others were quite shocked to hear what we found in Lakeland, but now that you're here, there's a proposal I'd like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warrior of Light as well they should, but nearly everything I come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessor may lead to grow unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehood found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with the nary mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, our reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remain those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the men who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Volbert. That such heroes could be spoken of the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claim it was Ardbert who helped you overcome and excel, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Athena's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of a warrior of light and the blood that followed their wake. So are we trying to finally bring good name back to them, or... Well, what say you, Haru? Spread the word, I say. I wish we had done this sooner! Honestly. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Next up, may I ask you to continue working with Beg Lug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the etc. We have reached out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. MG and Mini Hoshafont. This child has mourned for Hoshafont for like a long while. I sat at his grave for like a good month or so. Is this game like Cool Borders? I don't even know what Cool Borders is, if I'll be honest with you. Hi Tess, welcome in. Yeah. Child, your face showing again. I don't know what you're talking about. Luna, what's up, Wolfie? Yes, Luna is me. When was the last time you visited him? Hoshafon? Don't lie. It's been a while. I think. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. There can be no darkness without light, and so it was that Arthur was there in your hour of need. The people must be told. I have seen many great and terrible things in my long life, as has the exarch, no doubt. Of men I can say this, his memory is short, his heart's fickle. Let us pray that your words reach him. Ayo. You did not need to ask that question, Wolfie. I think everyone knows the answer to that question. Not you. Luna be like, hush up. Did she forget that small better suits a hero? Aish. Wait, child, I got like 2 Shadow Orb minions, 2.5. Nice! No, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the word of light and the deeds in such negative light. Oh, Haru, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear a repository lack for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the flood, of the warriors of light. Search high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the warriors of light, of the flood? How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Eat that. Well, I never actually peered out the window, I don't think. These are really interesting windows. Very nice designs. You're cute, no you. Sayu is pretty good for traveling. Yeah, because you get to roll everywhere. Just be like, you spin me right back. Anyway. Not yay. Eternal wind. Because due to the flood and everlasting light, that's why the windows are tinted. Night music in the Crystorium hits me hard when I heard of it for the first time. Same. They see me rolling, they hate it. And fun fact, did you know Sayu leaves the tire tracks in the sand? I did not know that. Well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenot not long ago. He said a visitor from the Crystorium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I say the latter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry, you mean the exile didn't tell us the whole story of the Warrior of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Short then, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. When you use E to travel, she's good to go over the red wall of Paimon. You could do that? You could do that with Sayu? Wait a second. Oh wow. Wait, 15 years ago now. Wait, what? Wait, can I not? I can't jump over this. Never mind. Geronimo! Everyone leaves footprints first. Sayu just leaves a long line. Yeah, I would have figured. That sounds really fun. For a little bit, yes. Huh? Wait, where am I supposed to be going for this? I'm so confused. Down here? Ite. Oh, I just smile. Harry, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope you being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my doors of late, which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. What? I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. I would hope so. The truth about Warriors of Light, but the exile had already spoken to me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Luna is a lost child confirmed. I should have made a lost counter, honestly, since the start of the game. 7, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. I literally have this as a command. Thanks to Axel. He was the one who recommended it. And I was like, fuck it, I'll make it a command. I just want to update the lost command to a lost counter. She's a star bunny, guys. A star bunny who gets lost often. Can we just like set it at an arbitrarily high number? Bro, the amount of time I get lost in this game is absolutely insane. Come to browse wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Ilmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that the fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Novrons reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see, the Exarch did mention they have something to do with your returning the Knights of Novrand. Alright, consider my interest piqued. The focus is so pretty, honestly. For the song. Wow. Not all who wander are lost, but Luna sure as fuck is. Oi. Wait, is it over here? Hoi-chan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. First one, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night return visitors have been flocking to the Crystorium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it though, seeing this desk so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but you already told me all there is to know, didn't you? Well, if there's more to the story, I'd love to hear it. Maybe then I can compete with Ciela in regaling patrons with stories of their heroism. Perhaps I'll even inspire a few aspiring adventurers. Welcome to the Wandering Stairs, love. What is that like for? I'm still Tavern Wench, aren't I? Tavern Wench, aren't I? We all have our parts to play. How far years late? Still tending the bar, cleaning up after drunkards and Glenard. If this is the punishment you had in mind, I struggle to fathom a harsher fate. In all seriousness, I have been making an effort to use my spare moments to entertain patrons with stories of the Warrior of Light, the truth, with all the forgotten glories and sordid details. This being a bar, most of the folks lending an ear are a few drinks deep, so there's no telling how much of it they retain, or believe for that matter. But I'll keep at it. Stories have a way of spreading. Why, only the greatest villain of her day, the mysterious architect of countless tragedies all across Noveron, who finally faced justice at the hands of the Warriors of Light, the betrayer whose defeat set in motion events culminating with a flood of light. But you knew that much, didn't you? Before I took that name, I was known by another in the 13th, a shard all but succumbed by darkness. There I met with Asians who convinced me that the only path of salvation was to embrace the dark. Embrace the dark, you call a home. Sorry. Journey onto this world. I had two objectives. One was raise up heroes brave and true, worthy champions of light. Ardbert and the others, I would join them in the journey and shepherd them unto glory. Heroes need enemies to grow stronger, and so I sowed the seeds of discord. From Lakeland to Colusia, from Amarane to Ilmeg, I set in motion events that would forever change the lives of my comrades and countless others. My second objective was contingent on the first. I would confront the adventurers forged by hardship into Warriors of Light and strike them down at the height of their power, ensuring that the delicate imbalance between the primordial forces would be preserved just so, but in the end I failed. Woo, sing it. Yeah, what's up, one son? Welcome in. Sing what? I don't know. I don't even know if that many people know that song, actually. Embrace the dark, you call a home. Gaze upon an empty white throne, a legacy of lies, a familiar disguise. I know nothing, to be honest. No worries. You don't gotta know it. It's a great song in my opinion, but I don't think that many people know of it. Those I spoke with at the Orchard and the Rookery were quite keen to hear what we have to say. For as much hope as they have for the future, the scars of the past weigh heavy on them still. It is good to see the people of the Crystarium so eager to learn the truth. And with this newfound knowledge of the past, they will at last be able to look to the future with eyes unclouded. Oh, Fire Emblem? Yeah, Fire Emblem Fates, actually. Birthrights and... It was the Conquest Edict, Birthrights. Wait, is Birthrights and Conquest, right? Fuck, I don't remember anymore. Yep. You know the song? Let's go. It's one of my favorite songs from Fire Emblem. There you are, between the four of us, I dare say. We swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
And thus the Warrior of Darkness told this tale of those who had become to known of the Warrior of Light. Wait, why am I tearing up? Wait a minute. Fuck.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls.
Oh my god.
And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Albert? Is Art...
Impossible.
I take it I'm not imagining this then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
So Albert... Is it really you?
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert. One of those you know as a Warrior of Light.
There's no way. He doesn't hold himself like the Arbor we know.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
Even
The
Haru is
hero
sus.
who stands before you now, the Warrior of Darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it.
Aww.
The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
Wait. No way, it really is him.
What? Us? Warriors of light? None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
What the heck? Oh.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
It looks like him, sound like him, but it isn't him.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
No. Oh my god. Of course.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
It was the Arsians who told Vothray to turn 4 of them into the cardinal virtues, huh? So it would make sense that an Arsian took over Ardbert's body.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emet-Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emet-Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, It may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Artbird's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Wow. Oh my god. No way. Not Arbert. Come on. Leave the poor guy alone already. What the heck? Peter, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. X, thank you so much for the 19 months. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for doing dailies, everyone. Thank you. Fuck Ascians, am I right? Bro, they need to leave Arbert alone. Let the dead guy rest in peace, damn it. Honestly, like, bruh. What the heck? Haven't they suffered enough? Thank you for doing dailies, everyone. Thank you. Daddy noticed me, MG. Yo, what's up, baby girl? How you doing? Anyway, at least it's not Toshifont. That might destroy Luna. Oh no, don't even mention that. I don't even want to think about that. His soul is resting in you, technically. I'm crying. It's been a long time, Luna. How you been? Yo, what's up, Anthem? Welcome in. Oh lordy. Ascian resurrected Hoshafont would have been vicious. Honestly, that would have hurt so badly. Is Gekumi? Oh, yo, what's up? How you been? So if it's Xenos, nobody bats an eye, but when it's Arbert, everybody loses their mind because it's Arbert. Bro, I like Xenos is pulling off. I don't care. You're top 6 on Asia scoreboard now. Nice, congrats. Imagine if Ascian inside of Hoshafont was the final trial in Heavensward. Bruh, no. Taking a break right now? You have scrims in 5 minutes, good luck. Xenos deserves to be bullied. Exactly. Slap the heck out of him, he'll probably enjoy it. My friend, my enemy. Your voice is killing me, please. What? See ya, bye bye. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. We must not act until Arbert has made plain his plans. 'Twould be folly to proclaim him false at this juncture. We were a hair's breadth from defeat when we faced Emmett Sock, and now we must contend with yet another Ascian. We must tread carefully. What a despicable practice appropriating corpses. Such depravity eclipses any horrors I witnessed in the age of Wilbert. They must be stopped. Switching between accents and normal. What do you mean? That's normal around here. Meanwhile, in the source, the new ultimate weapon. The what now? The who? I don't remember anything of the sort. There's something called the source? I'm not aware of what the source is. Well. Hey yo! Vietas! Or this? The source is where you came from. Who? Sauce? Todd? Yay! It's the one that I literally fucking fawned over for a good 5 minutes. You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood, though I must say the reappearance of Albert, or rather, one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warrior of Lights were laid to rest in Ilmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Albert urged the people to become Warriors of Lights themselves. If we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphinaud returneth soon with the most essential knowledge. For now, I think it's best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Albert, we shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it's prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Backlog, and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Then I think it's time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians have been handed to us at their leisure, but that was one of Emet-Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fano that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana River. Almet believes the relics within tells of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians perhaps. They may lead us to the truth we seek. Would you care for company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fano. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our task. Pray give my regards to the Vis. Wait, so I can't see my sub badge. You can actually edit it. I believe. I think Twitch had an update to where you can, instead of it showing your founder's badge, it can show the badge that you actually have. The source is the big lake in Lakeland, too, if I remember right. Oh my god, I don't remember what the source is. I don't even know what that is. Have I ever been there before? Fiery Tiger Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Imposter Among Us. Yo, for real guys, would you guys actually be down for a community game night of Among Us? Arbitrary appropriation. Your sub badge is replaced with the first badge. Button Girl reunion, yes. Time to get all dressed to impress the Vieta sisters. Why do I need to get dressed if I'm dressed as Frey? Yeah. I'd be down. Ayo, let's go. I can plan that sometime next week. We'll see. Among Us is fun to watch. Faye, who's that? Someone who taught me my skills. AKA non-existent skills. The sources where Hoshafot lived and died. See, this is why I don't need to remember the source. The source who? Hashafon died? Yo, never. I don't know what you mean. Let us pray these new ruins are not as unwelcoming as the last. The allies of Ronka, my, it feels as if an age has passed since you last graced us with your presence. You look as if you haven't seen us in an age. Is the passage of time really all that different for you dwarves? Yes. Yes, it is. The source is the source of all your pain. Time to find Hoshafont's counterparts in the first. Oh no. Time to commission Hoshif Zombie for Lena for Halloween. Why would you do that? We made friends with our pal Posho in the first. Damn, it's still. Damn, it's a dancing Lullafell. Yeah, Count 4 times. Still tears up when I hear his VA. Honestly, every single time I hear that one scene, oh my god, my heart. Okay, before I continue, it is restroom break time. I will be back. Yeah. I've been dancing at you when you were AFK is the cutest thing. Honestly, I agree. well, I yeeted myself too far. I readjust myself. When I tried to zoom in to the game. Yeah, I got you. Lex, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay here in Wonderland, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. I think the no problem. You hear the squeaking of the nemesis? Squeak, 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 squeak. Okay, let's go. We can continue now. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Retica Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magics. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. For what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom of my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it's good that you have come, for Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This isn't a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pinning for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching our staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we be going. Get back here! Wait. Look cute, that's kinda cute. Remind me exactly, how old are you and your sisters? On second thoughts, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. I forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated? Satiated? I still do not know how to pronounce this word. Every single time someone teaches me, I always forget. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well of their enthusiasm, and if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Kitana revel. Satiated. Satiated. Okay. Satiated. Oh my god. Why is English so hard? Oh, what the heck? Someone else is here? It's another Lala. English is hell. Every sea in Pacific Ocean is pronounced differently. Pacific Ocean. Oh my god, you are right! What the Oh my god. Oh my god. My brain just got fried. My favorite quick example of how messed up English is. It's a good example, that's for sure. Oh, is it right here? English is stupid, it really is. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. That's why I only learn American as my second language. America. Can Luna say anemone? Anemone. I see anemone. I see anemone. Anemone, yeah. Did you touch the butt? No. Should I touch it? Hold on. I touched the butt. Anyway. Do you think you're gonna go into savage content when you're done with the story? Most likely. I want to at least try it. Damn, that other Lala disappeared. Did they? But by the way, did you know how to drift on the Shiva? You mean like... Oh, no, I don't. Hold right click and walk sideways. Like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yo, deja vu. I've been to this place before. I understand. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway. Ready when you are. I feel oddly ill-equipped to venture inside, but with you here, I'm sure things will work out. Even if itself was taken aback to find a mural illustrating the final days in these ruins, what other surprises do you suppose yet to lie within? It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Okay. Proceed.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Please do not say that. We already have issues with. Don't step any closer. Oh, oh my god. I thought they were gonna set off a trap. I swear to God. Where's the owl?
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
Oh, well, the statue's gonna wake up, isn't it?
But I only...
It's not...
What is happening?
It's...
Oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
You shouldn't have said anything!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Why'd you say anything? Not like Lou. What? Eh? Wait, what the heck? They're returning to cards? Eh? What? Trespass mortal upon sacred ground in retribution, 4 souls have I bound. Yet to heroes proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see this set free, answer me these riddles 3. Death of Paul with kin I do V. Do I? Though sorts of hearts better though. With kin do I V. Those sorts of hearts betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. Am I supposed to guess which one? But I don't know anything about these animals. Is there any hints? Eh? Prawns, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland. Hope you enjoy your stay. Sierra, welcome in. Hope you're doing alright. More or less, we just guess. If possible, can you get a shout out to Sierra whenever you can? Welcome to this bullshit. Okay. Death of Paul with kin IV. Death of Paul. So it's not there, but no. Those sorts of heart betterments of the whole do our efforts describe. Oh, I don't know. It was the opal! It was the opal! I'm so dumb. A single talisman I shall take. What? With fearsome thing I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? I swear, if it's not Wolf, I was going to scream if it was not Wolf. Oh, we got one back. Summon is back. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength do prosperity reign within our hall. What am I? On my belly do I crawl. That should be a serpent, no? What are the answer choices? Serpent. Okay, last one is the Stola. Oh my god, please. Please make it an easy one. I want a Stola. Bring a Stola back. Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory, choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talisman hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no. Wait, what? Wait. How am I supposed to know? I can't ask them for clues either. Fuck. You have to play them by memory? Oh, okay. Ishtola! Okay. Lots an evil one. Ishtola and Ishtola. Well done. Thank goodness. The comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still remains one trial you must pass. If you glean the knowledge enshrined in the earth, I would first take a measure of your worth. one worthy of she who the Ronkan extolled, must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Oh, do I fight them? Yeah, we do fight them. On Estrella, hurry, we must protect her.
Here I come.
There. Oh shit, fuck. Wait. Awkward. I apologize in advance for that. I swear that was not intentional. Estrella, no! Red Estrella! Gather around me. Pretty much almost done here, right? Right? I don't gotta worry from now on, right? Oh no, that's a big ass red circle. Trials complete, the way is open, and thus I concede defeat.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually.
Oh my god.
And now we can open the door.
Hey. She's just smiling. Oh my god.
who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber?
We're talking to you, Elizabeth. Or whoever the fuck is containing Ardbert's body.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo.
Oh. Oi. Oh.
In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel?
I'm going to be honest, Ishtola, I do not remember it.
Moreover, does it not recall that which Emet-Selch invited us to witness in Amarot?
Oh. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay, I remember that now.
The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger? The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
You must recall Emet-Selch's dying wish.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tiuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
What? We learn nothing of the oceans, but the potential link between the Echo and preternatural star showers is intriguing. I sorely underestimated the defenses of those ruins. Perhaps Summit was right to urge caution. Tiuna is the reason I looked up spellcraft, you know. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine her tomb would be found, let alone we would be the ones to have the honor to do so. Kat, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope your stream went well. What all did you do? Observation? What's that? I've never heard of that. Okay. By your pensive expression, I take it the tome has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again about the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tiuna and her exploits had been told countless times over the centuries, yet as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you're gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you we shall do our best to preserve your story. I hope you forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Here's the thought: so long as we are here, there are none among the Viz who will not know of all you have done for Novrant. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Ratika in the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Observation is a space horror game and not for jump scares, more constant tension and strange stuff because it's Spooktober. It is October, huh? Good girls, the Bun sisters are. To all the raiders that came in, welcome in. Hope you all enjoy your stay here. Excuse me. So as long as we live, we shall preserve the truth of your deeds. Don't they live for like, I don't know, almost 1,000 years or something like that? learned not of the Arceans, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Vieras can live for 250 years. 250 years? Yeah, that's... Okay, sorry. Obviously, not as old as I thought, but still, that's pretty insane. I've only been alive for 400 years. 400 years. Imagine being alive for that long. Runar appears to be characteristically high spirits. Harry, it's good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I'll ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist. It will only take a minute. My apologies, Harry. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you'd be so kind as to go and fetch the broom from Esker, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. She wants to clean her chambers. Does she leave something in her chamber? Broom for Master Matoya. I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It's old but sturdy and sure to suffice. Look at all of these books, bro. What is this door anyway? I trust Ager was able to find a broom for us. Here you go. A battered broom. Well worn, good. This will prove difficult otherwise. But I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Eh? Well, yes, you weren't buried underneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it is time I finish cleaning with the help of that broom. Is she going to make it clean by itself? You didn't honestly think I did it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Ahem. Time to rise to switch and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found. Wow, you really are Mr. Matoya. Let's go. In this particular respect, I've no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. Oh my gosh. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Aww. Oh no. Aww. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Sad cat boy. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. And it's raining too. How is that fire still lit? No, everything is fine, I assure you. It's been a long day is all. I see. It's raining. How is the fire still going? And how is the soup not spoiled? Stola, thank goodness you're still here. I don't know. I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every elm of Novrad in his quest to spread the truth of the Warrior of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystorium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warrior of Lights themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we all agree that this is just another Ossian ploy, yes? They commended corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it starts with a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbowl. Alizé, are you certain you should be here? If you consider Baharak and the others, you need be. The treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest. So, I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. By visiting any town or villages, Albert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he dies. Thankfully, Tancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven earth. Then that is where we'll start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Aww. Campfires don't go out instantly, but it was raining for a while. Weathers, what is that? Final Fantasy 14 fires are built different. They really are. Also magic. The same way black magics can use fire spells underwater. Cooking in a rainy day? I know, right? Crazy. We get to speak with Tancred. Haven't seen him in a while, honestly. Then look at the Terraria chat log. What are you guys doing in Terraria? Like he gets me every time. Well, if it keeps Renar, it might be more safe than stay. Eh? Keeps raining. Yeah. A well-built fire won't go out in anything less than a monsoon. Running through the monsoon, beyond the world, till the end of time, where the rain won't hurt. Fighting the storm, into the blue. I can sense no other Sun Eaters in the area. I hope this means Ardbert will be coming this way soon.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race.
Let Ardbert go!
Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
Extend a friendly fist.
Arm giving you trouble? Well, you should have it examined.
Oh my god. Fudge, no. I thought you were supposed to be good at this. I love how that's the choice. Oh my god.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
Oh my god.
Yes, it is I, Elizabeth.
Yo, what's up, little wussy?
Through your time in Emetselk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
I'm glad I don't hear Albert's voice anymore, but at the same time, it's so weird.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emmett Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emmett Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
And there he goes.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least, and 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Tipping the balance again?
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
As long as you don't make me do any more chores. Oh my god. For want of a better option.
Mayhap your skepticism will leaven my curiosity.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Excuse me. Hunter, hello, welcome in. Avox and Strike Back, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Wonderland, hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, she didn't pick the chores option, no. Wait, what? A little bit. Can we get a shout out for Lollipop Hunter, please? There's no need to always disregard the more flippant response. Already complaining, chores. Wait, can I send a chores option? I mean, if you want to. Can we also get a shout out for Jessica? Jessica, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hello, not Janet. Welcome in. Oh! Links are not allowed here. Only in the Discord. Lucky. I already did, but okay. Wait, you did? Oh. Well, if you already did, it's fine. Oh, thank you. Yeah, is that the Shy? The one and only Hana Shy? What's up? Guys, would you guys say that this is a good stopping point? Because I'm low-key falling asleep. I was like, I was trying to not nod off. Watch the chores, please, before you sleep. Watch the chores option before I sleep? Okay. Another few hours is a good stopping point. Oi. I don't think I can stay awake for that long, bro. I'm still running on like really little sleep. I'd say get some rest now. Okay. Cool. Retire. The next step needs a fresher mind to take in things. Oh shit, really? Oh boy. Better to rest first, yeah. Okay. Let's go find someone to raid then. It's about to get heavy. I see. That's good to know. And yeah, it's probably better if I stop here for the time. I hear all the buzzy noises and such. Yeah, look, is that the Shy? Oh my gosh. Let's see, who can I read? Sudden robots. Wait, what if I just raid Larry? Let's go say hi to Larry. I haven't said hi to her in a while. ASMR stream pod, yeah. Let me just... Okay, thank you everyone for stopping by on the stream. I appreciate you all for being here. Hope you all have a lovely, wonderful day or night. If it's daytime for you, have a wonderful day. Make sure to hydrate and I hope you eat lots of yummy num-nums. And if it's nighttime for you and you're getting ready for bed, have a good night. So well, stay tuned, let the bed bugs. Bye. Bye everyone. Take care. Thank you for the hydrate.